welcome to the channel. Today we are going to be doing some sound design. It's Monday, February 8th, 3:43 p.m. Normally another week off because I was exposed to COVID and don't want to give it to anybody. I am feeling okay. I don't have any problems, knock on wood, but I want to be safe and not give it to somebody else in case if for whatever reason I'm asymptomatic. Hopefully the health stays good. So far I feel fine. We've got a lot to cover today. I'm working on some cool basses that we're doing for a new pack. And yeah, if you guys have questions along the way, or if you guys are watching the VOD, then feel free to kind of ask questions along that as well. So yeah, we'll go ahead and get started. I did have my coffee. I still feel pretty lethargic, maybe because I sat down and finished an entire game yesterday from start to finish, but it was cool. It was worth it. I got to see whether or not Hyperlight Drifter was worth the hype. No pun intended. Hyper, get it? Anyways, yeah, it was okay. I wasn't that. That's kind of... So yeah, we'll be doing some stuff from scratch. I think what I'm going to do is... I'm trying to think. So on today's agenda, we're going to be making some actual... Yeah, I think we'll do that first. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get my thoughts together. We're going to actually start with Multipass. So we'll create some kind of interesting, I guess, tones within the generator aspect. And then what we'll do is we'll combine them with some other stuff to create some interesting different kind of multipass things. And so for now, I'll focus on creating the generator aspects with multipass. And then I will focus on doing like the neural processing aspects within multipass and snap heap. So that way, when we start throwing everything together, you get the best of both worlds. So you'll have predisposition patches that will kind of work on their own, and then you'll have other stuff that will that you can use to apply to other patches. That way I'll do all the legwork for you, if that makes sense. Hey Leonardo, how are you? Welcome to the channel. Let's go ahead and start with the wavetable. And I don't think that I'm going to narrate this entire stream, but the kind of goal today is to maybe just start with some chunky waveforms. That's a shame. I can't hear that in my headphones. I really have too much stuff going on in the background. That drives me crazy, but what can you say? I'm fine. Big shout from Brazil. Big ups, Brazil. I've got some tricker friends from Brazil. They're really nice people. Alright, let's try maybe to take another wavetable for now. And we'll apply that to this. How are you? Alright, we'll take care of the easy stuff for now, so we'll go ahead and set an envelope to here and do like a nice little... What up? What up, winner? How are you? Welcome, everybody. It's kind of cool to play with some of this stuff here with some basic shapes, but maybe I'll go for something a little bit more harmonically rich. So let's see if I can find something else that's interesting. And what if I also do... So I think from here we'll just kind of hop into Multipass. It's not, I can't really hear the bass under this, unfortunately. But what I will do is, let's go ahead and go here. And we'll just use this as, I'm going to save this as bass mono. Now, let's get into some interesting stuff. And let's see, where do I want to start? I think I'll probably throw this one after all of these, so maybe I'll just go ahead and move this over here. Maybe not that much. Okay, before I do this, I'm going to throw a limiter on here with the intent that maybe somebody just uses this on their own. So then I'm going to play with some other stuff over here. Let's throw some interesting stuff over here as well. Let's see what this does at 100%. That's pretty cool. Let's go ahead and grab one of these. Then I'm going to have some fun with this. Bet. Whoop. But we're going to try to control it in case if it gets too crazy out of hand. I wonder if I can like do something interesting with this too, like maybe maybe pull the resonance up on this, kind of like that, and then throw this through here. And then just have that kind of play around that area. Okay, that's kind of cool. So let's go ahead and grab the first macro, and we're going to pull this all the way up on all of these. There goes dog number 1, busting in my door. You know I don't like that, guys. You know I don't like that. We'll call that mix. Yeah, they just busted in. Alright, I'm going to focus on this for a sec too, and maybe see if we can create some more interesting spatial things. Let me see here. Pestilence base. Alright, so we're going to grab the speed of this now and pull it down 50%. And then we're going to do the same thing here. And then we'll title that speed. Speed. And then we'll pull this up. That sounds crazy. Not gonna lie, I'd make 3 more: a famine base, a plague base, and a war base, and call them the 4 horsemen of alchemy. That's actually not a bad idea. Alright, let's try this instead and pull this up and then pull that down, so that way whenever it goes into that really high resonant thing, yeah, that sounds way cooler. And then let's throw this over here as well. Free and fair use. Don't mean you can. Yeah. Alright, what's controlling the delays? Alright, so maybe if I set this one, LFO1 to stepper, and then I leave the other one on curve, then maybe we can get some more interesting results. We'll just keep it there. And then for this one in particular, I think I'm also going to pull this back. And then I think I'm going to pull this down as well. Is this going up or down? Okay, never mind. Let's go in there. Because I think that's part of why that kind of has that ringing sound like that so much. And then I'm going to do that to this as well. Okay, yeah. You could even use it as a 5-track EP, like 4 tracks, one bass of the 4 featured per track, with the 5th having all 4. Set it to. That's like that would take a lot of planning. I don't think that's a bad idea by any means, but that would take a lot of finesse to execute. Alright, so this is pretty cool, but I want to do some more creative filtering on this. So let's grab a slice EQ and grab one of these. And we will go here. Grab these two. Grab this one. Let that do its own thing. And then change this a bit. Let's change that to sync. And then I'm going to pull this back to 50% as well, because this is kind of before the bass generator becomes a siren playing a single note. Hey man, big fan of your neurobass tutorials. I'm wondering, how do you balance the life between tricking, performing in Cirque, and music producing, since clearly you're a pro on everything? I appreciate that, but I wouldn't call myself a pro at anything, to be honest. It's kind of a product of circumstance, if that makes sense. Hey, Antoine. I trick Edgel. I do something regarding YouTube 6 days, usually out of the week, sometimes 7 if I want to, do gaming or something. I have martial arts class twice a week still, where I'm kind of learning from my instructor, but also assistant teaching, just because he's way the heck over in Canada. I do workouts just about every day. Yeah, that's right. Jeet Kune Do. And then I'll do like a small workout every day, and it's something that like I don't do a big workout, but if you do it small, then you can do it more consistently, and that's something that I like doing, because as opposed to being like I need to go spend an hour and a half at the gym 3 times a week, I can do a 10-minute workout, which I just mostly do a leg workout, and then I do pull-ups, and most of the time JKD and the trampoline stuff takes care of twisting and cardio and stuff, right? So I stay pretty active. And then I just try to bang out as much YouTube content as I can, just because I'm trying to continue to cultivate skills and music production, but also like I'm trying to put out content because I'm trying to make this like a consistent means of income, if that makes sense. But depending on what your circumstances are, like the first thing is like just identifying like what your priorities are and what your needs are. And like it's totally fine to like do all the little things or whatever, but you're going to find that like nothing is ever going to be in a quote unquote perfect balance. You're always going to like end up favoring one or the other over time. And that's totally fine if you have multiple hobbies or like multiple jobs or multiple like just things that keep you busy. But one cool thing that you can try to do is, even if you can't do the thing physically, trying to keep in the mindset of like figuring out how they all relate to each other. It's really easy to do with performance and acrobatics and movement and all that, because like movement is movement, right? So the same way that you twist your hips for a punch is the same way that you initiate a twist for spinning and stuff. So cultivating that is all a similar like umbrella skill. And if you can kind of build the awareness to kind of do those things, then you will see that like you're actually cross-training quite a bit. So in regards to music production and stuff, I think that like one of the most important things, building an imagination around the sounds that you create, which is a really difficult skill to cultivate, but but it's very helpful. Thank you, Jake, and thank you, Freyla, for subscribing. I really appreciate it, and hope you find my content useful.
Recording to logbook.
I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's kind of how I try to balance things. Like I'm also really lucky because like I live in a position to where like I live with my brother, and he kind of knows, he knows me, and he knows that like I'm working on a project and stuff. And so he's incredibly kind by saying like, hey dude, like focus on you, build yourself up, and really try to make this happen, because I do think that there's a lot of opportunity and all that. Yeah, I miss performing so much. I miss shows. That was one of the most liberating feelings on the planet, but what can you say? I have a lot of fun doing this too, and I have met some great and amazing and fantastic people along the way, and I think that regardless of what my circumstance is, I'm just going to try to keep working and be grateful. So yeah, not to be sentimental or anything, but that's kind of where I'm at, and just got to keep pushing. Speaking of pushing, my dog is just headbutting my door. I'm coming in whether you like it or not. Did I say hi to everybody? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. Okay, so I think for this one in particular, I'm going to make a couple copies of this. But instead of doing that, I'm going to pull this back a bit and see if I can do like an interesting like metal stack. And then let's go ahead and try another reverb on here to see if I can create some space. Inspiring. Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but I'm a human, just like you, and I've definitely got shortcomings and stuff. Hey, Pluto, what's good, man? Hey, thank you so much for your help yesterday. Appreciate you helping me get through that game. And one more, how did you figure out how to make neurobass? Did you figure it out by yourself or something? Yes and no. There's a lot of stuff that, I mean, like, it's kind of hard, right? Because like there's so many different ways to categorize what a neurobass is, but I'm going to like kind of flip your question around just a bit and say I figured out how to process creative bass, because that's kind of what I'm moving into, as opposed to saying that something is or isn't neuro, right? But I watched a lot of freaking YouTube tutorials. I did a lot of experimentation, a lot of hours. I've been lucky enough to do a few private lessons with some big name producers out there, and they kind of showed me some of their fundamentals, I guess, if that makes sense. And so there's kind of like certain characteristics behind that stuff, but I think that like learning what effect does what combined with experimentation to like release yourself from predictable results is kind of like the path that I've gotten myself on this, if that makes sense. But even still, I'm still learning, and there's still so many basses or like so many sounds that I still don't know how to do, just because it's kind of impossible in that way. Like you would think that like if you know neurobass, you know everything, but sometimes like the smallest change on something can make the biggest difference, and you'll never figure it out unless if somebody tells you, just because it's so nuanced. And that's part of the beauty behind something like sound design. But at the same time, like I think that like one of the biggest traps that people get into is just a one-on-one convo with something like that, with someone like that. We'll just reach out to them and, you know, pay them some money. Nobody mentored me. Nobody was like, here, come here, and, you know, I'll take you under my wing to do sound design. Well, actually, Sifu Joel did. Sifu Joel was like, oh, you wanted to learn Jeet Kune Do and you're serious about it. Okay, well, clean my school and I will teach you. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And sure enough, you know, I'm, yeah, still his top student, knock on wood. But as far as like music and sound design goes, like just reach out to them and be like, hey, I'm interested in a private lesson. Reach out to Frequent. He does, like, he's so open about teaching lessons, and he'll tell you whatever you want to know. Yeah. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's take a journey together really quick, okay? And tell him I sent you. Hey, Reaver, what's going on? Go to frequent.audio. Oh, okay. Google.com. Frequent audio. Frequent-audio.com. What more can you say? Tell him I sent you, and send him a heart for me if you guys sign up for lessons. And he's a very good teacher. I've done quite a few lessons with him and had some nice conversations and exchanged some neat ideas. But yeah, he's a great guy. Why would you not? I think is the ultimate question, is why would you not? Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure he'll appreciate it too, because he could, you know, put some money in his pocket. Okay, I am going to stack this because I'm looking for something that's a little bit more... Wait, what happened? Why did that not... I wanted to duplicate. Oh, there we go. Wait, what? Duplicate. Did I run out of modulators? Shit, I did. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so note to self, you are limited on modulators on Multipass. All right, what do I have left? I've got one modulator left. Well, we're going to use that. Oh, actually, I'm dumb. What I could do is just open up Snap Heap. Well, the goal of this was to just like pull up one thing, but I guess since I don't have that luxury, then I'll see if I can do some other interesting stuff with this instead. So and then let's do some comb filtering on this one. Yeah, I got to think outside the box in order to get this to do the things that I want it to. It's getting a bit Silent Hill again. You sure you're not secretly composer for Hideo Kojima's next game, Ian? No, I'm not. Although that would be really cool. Hire me. Somebody, anybody, hire me to be a game designer or audio designer for games. I'll make it worth your time. Bruh, ditto. Oh, I don't want these to be together. I want these to be opposite. Do different things. We're going to run this in parallel. Nice. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, and then I think pushing this into a big reverb could be kind of interesting too. But we're going to pull that before heavy breathing. Let me score your indie game, bruh. Please. Let's go ahead and save this because why not? We'll call this delay rando set 1. I don't really even know what to call these things because they're not quite like characteristic, right? They're just different setups. So, but whatever. It's more content. So. All right. So we'll pull that up now. I think we'll call this like Death Bell because that's kind of what this sounds like, right? Maybe, I don't know, something. It kind of sounds like there's like this grim overtone regardless of how you change the sound. Okay, we're going to map this to here as well. And as we detune it, the speed should get... The Grim Overtone is a Silent Hill vibe, I think, in those crackles. Okay, so now what we'll do is do sort of a Silent Hill 2 freaky vibe to it. Cool, because that's kind of like, I feel like those kinds of sounds and creatures and stuff kind of is just what I do. Unnerving. Good. So we will take this and map this to the speed as well, I think. Wait. No, what I meant to do was pull that down. Set that to 8, I think. Let's go ahead and rename this speed. Like flat Matthew McConaughey? What? What does that even mean? Alright, that's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and switch some of this stuff up now. Actually, I'm going to duplicate that so that way I don't have to remap this. The Super Bowl, Doritos found that flat mat unnerving. I didn't watch the Super Bowl. I was playing Hyper Light Drifter at the time. Sorry. Okay, we're going to change this maybe upwards a bit. Yeah, there's some cool overtones in that. I don't even football. My friends just kept annoying me with it. I think my brother watched most of it, if not all of it, but... Alright, so let's pull this back now. And then we will process this like a neurobase. So we'll pull this up. And I think what we'll do is we'll kind of pull the same thing here and pull that down. Okay, Blast, chill the fuck out. He's just screaming when he wants food. Literally just like shrieks. It was kind of cute at first, but now it's just like, okay, man. You act like you don't get fed every day. Okay, so we'll pull this up a bit. plays heavily distorted feed me. Wait, did my audio engine crap out, or is it still sounding clean? Sounds good. Okay. Every time I hear like over distorted or something, I get paranoid and think that SonarWorks is taking a huge dump. Because it happens. Let's do multiple notches here instead. I always do a bandpass or something, so I'm going to switch it up. Yep. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, you?
Yeah.
How you feel?
Fine. You?
Not bad. My back fucking hurts.
Yeah, mine does too.
This weather.
But it's so cold outside.
I sit outside. It's like, but yeah, I don't know, man. That was a weird kind of thing.
Yeah, I was talking to them. I was like, I'm just thinking about going to the trampoline park, but I'm going to wait another week just in case.
It's not that bad. I mean, the roads aren't that bad, but it's
No,
nasty.
I'm talking about being exposed.
Oh, gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. All right, well, I feel like now, so. Yeah,
Okay.
good.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, you?
Yeah.
All right, I'll see you later. Sorry, I was talking to my brother for a hot sec. Did I already put a phaser? No, I didn't. Okay. So on this one, we'll pull the rate all the way down and pull the depth all the way up. And kind of just adjust that ever so slightly and kind of pull that there because that will change. Right, I forgot that I want to do this too. I wish that I could just save a, damn it. I wish that I could just save this as a default patch to where this would already be set up every time. What the fuck? Call that mix. All right, and then with this, I'm actually going to bump this up a bit, see if we can get some better movement through this. And then I forgot, because I'm doing this on neural processing instead, I think that I can get away with kind of keeping this curved, and I think that this will kind of have a cool relationship between the two anyways. Okay, so for this, I'm going to be kind of lazy with it, but let's set that here. So now with this, I'm just going to grab these and move the offset a bit. And then grab the mix. We'll move the speed. And then maybe I can pull this over here instead. Alright, I gotta shut my door because I cannot hear this at all. There's like 50 fans going on. I'm just like, what? Okay. Let's do a little bit of this. And then we will finish this up with some reverb. Okay, so now we'll do the same thing where we grab this and process it in this way. And then this one, the mix will go here. So this one is neuro, and this one is generator. And now we've got a couple of cool things that we can play with. Let's go here and throw some OTT on this. I'll push this up a bit. Okay, actually what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to throw this on here as well. And the reason why is because you only have 2 different MPE controls. Well, pretty much only 2 different MPE controls to mess with, so this one in particular isn't really going to be all that useful. Because you have pressure and then you have slide and then you've got pitch, but there's not like a third element that would be exclusive to doing that. And it's not to say that it can't work in that way, but I think that by controlling it in that way instead, then you're going to have a much more interesting patch. So let's go here and then we'll assign a new macro. Just type in macro, and then we want macro 1. Oh, okay. We want the first one, which is here. And then we want the next one, which is this one. And then we can go into the modulator aspect of this, assign the expressions, and then we can push the pressure here, and then we can change the timbre here. Wow, are they playing? So now when I hit a note, kind of weird that this isn't triggering at all times, though. Even still, when you change it, though, it does cool stuff. Sick. All right, hold on 1 second. I gotta interrupt my dogs.
Hey! Stop. Stop. Come on. Lay down. Crazy dogs. Ow! Hey, dude. No. Stop it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. All right. Let me reset the Sensal Morph app because I feel like the controller is doing weird stuff. Why is this so big? What the what? Okay, let's try that again. Oh, it's still loading. That's interesting that's not playing. So why is the pitch of this? Oh, is it the ring mod maybe? Did something happen? Yeah, I think I broke the patch. I think that's what's going on here, is I broke it. See. Okay, it's because of the speed. That's really strange. Hey, stop it, guys. Sick, dude. What should we call this one? I feel like don't hit your knee on, don't hit your knee on the desk. Like this one would be pretty cool as like a actually, I wonder if we can do one more thing to this as far as the generator goes. Okay, that's pretty cool. So maybe there's some other stuff that I can do with this as well to make it just sound a little bit more interesting. Maybe try a different wavetable. This is really fun. Maybe something not quite as heavy as that though. Actually, maybe I'll just... Okay, yeah, that's a better idea. So what I'll do instead is I'll pick these. Wait. Where's this going? Up. This one's going down. So I'll set this one to go down, and then I'll set this one to go up kind of in the same way. And then I'll turn the modulators off on these. we'll set, what is this doing? Okay, so that's changing the cutoff. Being so methodical with it now. I used to just like set these up and just let them go, but now I'm kind of like, yeah, this is pretty darn cool. Yeah, so maybe instead of this too. That's so awesome. I kind of want there to be a little bit more low end on this too, so maybe what I can do is kind of boost this up just a bit. And then maybe just do like some overall processing to this instead. And then maybe, is this controlling the, no, frame, cutoff, detune, speed, rate number. You may make me want to jump into phase plant instead of vital. Well, the good news is that you can have both. Because vital is free, technically. But I will tell you that I think that... Oh, that's why. Okay, I need to go into this and set this to be faster. But I can tell you that I think that phase plant is the best synth on the market. Just for, like, you can't do this, what I'm doing, in any other synth. I mean, maybe Falcon, but it won't react the same way. And I guess maybe... Yeah, maybe if you have some kind of like true modular environment, you can, but even still, it's not as streamlined as this. What instrument would you recommend for multifunctional player type thing? What do you mean multifunctional player type thing? What do you mean? Omnisphere, Falcon, Contact? Like for multiple instruments or? would require some large complex patching and modular. Exactly, and that's kind of like the thing with it. Well, I mean, this is pretty complex too, but I think it would take a lot more time to set up, right? I have Omnisphere. Actually, I have all three of those. My favorite is Omnisphere, just for the sheer amount of like patches and stuff. But yeah, but they all can do some of their own unique stuff, right? So there is that. Maybe instead of the speed of, sorry, I'm trying to get this right. Maybe I'll set it to this instead. Okay, yeah, that sounds a lot cooler. Something, yeah. So, I mean, even still though, like Falcon and Contact are very similar, but Omnisphere is kind of its own thing. I think that overall, okay, so Omnisphere for the presets, Falcon has the best effects. Contact has probably the largest like supported libraries. So that's kind of how you would decipher between how to choose between all of those. Thing is, I can only get one for now. I think that you're going to get the most for your money with Omnisphere. Unless if you already have like Contact Player and you've already got other libraries, because the thing is like even if you buy Contact, it comes with some very basic stuff, and there's not a whole lot that you can do with it. But with Omnisphere, like the biggest thing that I don't like about Omnisphere is how limited the effects are for what I would particularly need. And then it's also pretty CPU heavy. But as far as like just having a sheer amount of patches to go through, like it'll take you a really long time. I still haven't gone, I've had it since 2016 and I still haven't seen every single preset in it. Okay, so this is pretty cool, but I want this to do more. What are your thoughts on Slate Digital? I haven't used any of their software, but I'm kind of whatever on their like their subscription model stuff. So it's the patches in Omnisphere. I usually make my own stuff, even though I browse through patches for inspiration learning. Well, there's 60 gigabytes of content with Omnisphere, so there's quite a bit to go through. But it's got plenty of sound design capabilities and stuff. It's got some limitations and all that. But yeah, there's over 10,000 sounds in Omnisphere 2, actually, and that was when it first came out in 2016. And since then, it's been updated like at least once or twice. I think twice. So it's got even more sounds than that now. But like it, but why would you do your own patching? Like I feel like Falcon and Contact would be like the most difficult to do patching in because of like how confusing those interfaces are. I mean, it's hard to say because I don't know you as a sound designer, but for me personally, I think that Omnisphere is the best buy from that. I don't mind confusing. Do I have Falcon installed? I don't think that I do, but yeah. I don't have a review on Falcon. I will do it at some point, but if you're gonna go for that, then yeah, maybe end goal is Kaima. I don't know what that is either, to be honest. But I guess like for versatility and stuff, then yeah, probably Falcon, because you can do some cool scripting stuff in that, and the effects in them are pretty awesome. It's got a great granular synth built in. You can build your own like knob interface, so not like your own interface, but like your own like custom looking faceplate, kind of like how Contact does. As a producer, I'd go to Omnisphere. It's just faster with the presets. Well, even for sound design, I think that like the ease of sound design and like the workflow of that even for multi-patching, because it can support up to 8 instruments simultaneously. Like I would do that, but I guess like the best thing that I can recommend is just kind of do your research, and whatever you choose, just stick with it, and and like learn the ins and outs of it. I personally don't like Falcon. It's too cumbersome and is so slow to do sound design, and like it's very difficult to keep track of routing. But I feel the same for Contact as well, because like once you start to get under the hood of all that stuff, it's just like, man, it's just a bunch of knobs, and I don't like knobs. I mean, knobs are okay, but if they don't have some kind of like visual distinction between them, then it gets really confusing for me. Okay, so maybe what I might do instead is I might actually slow this down, because I have the feeling that I like to sound design from an Omnisphere preset with Bitwig modulators so that we mangle the sound as much as I want to. Yeah, and there's some cool modulation capabilities. Like the little orb thing is actually pretty fun to use. And then the granular synth in Omnisphere is okay. Okay, that was a mistake. I didn't want to do that. I'm trying to find a happy balance between all of these, because like when everything was played up top with the slider and the pressure, it sounded really good, but when you just do the neuro stuff, it's not that cool. One thing that worries me about Contact is, and why it's definitely the one I consider the least, because from what I've heard, it's very similar to Falcon but slower, both with patch performance and sample loading. I'm assuming that hasn't changed. Yeah, if you want something that's really deep, like have you looked into Reactor? Because that supports both like extensions, or like ensembles is what they call it, and then also like they've got a modular environment that you can do sound design in. Like what is your goal within these things? Like why would you want to choose between those three? Because depending on what you want, there might actually be an even better option, right? Yeah, I think that's probably as cool as this one's going to get. But I do think that I'm going to go back to this. That's not doing anything. Cool. So yeah, I think we'll call this soul fractals, because edgy, and why not? Soul fractals, and then I'll title this MPE. Sweet. And then we'll call this neuroprocessor 1. Tons of cool sounds in there. Have you done any written preset packs in Faceplant? No, not really. I do more complicated things. I just discovered the pair sequencer 8 modulator in Bitwig and I'm loving it. Yeah, that one's pretty cool. There's a lot of like hidden gem modulators in there that, depending on like how you think about creating sound, that you can do, if that makes sense. Okay, let's go back. Let's start a new one. Wait, I did save that, right? Okay, I did. Excuse me. Let's go here, and then we'll go to user, hypersplit, master default. There we go. Now I can just duplicate this. Is there a file setting on here? Browse. Can I? No, there's still no like default preset thing. One day. Kind of odd, but okay. All right. Let's do another one. Cool. Let's start with this one, and this time we're going to do the neural processing first. Okay, let's go there, make that do cool stuff. There's a way to change it, I think, by overriding the init patch in the factory direct, though I haven't really done it. I'll take a look later. I don't feel like trying to see if I can make that work right this second, but I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Okay, so now we're going to do like a complex filter on snap heap first, I think. Alright, so we're going to do a band pass. And a notch. Filter. I'm like, what am I doing? Stop, dogs. Gosh, this is the most disgusting sound. Okay, we're going to map this to a macro now. Have y'all used the meta plugin? No, what is that? I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set this same macro to this, since these are going to be running in parallel. And then this will just be like a bunch of notches maybe. Lets you load other plugins and split bands and mid-side over... Oh, so it's kind of like Patcher, but third party? That's pretty cool. Not sure what the limits are in the demo, though. Maybe with this one I'll do like... Hopefully in an update they allow you to solo these bands so I can hear what I'm doing. Yo, dog, I heard that you like modularity, so we're going to let you snap heap your snap while you snap peep your snap. And we'll grab this one. And then we will grab this one. And we will take this one. And pull the cutoff up on that. Pull the cutoff down. Good. Good. Just do some shit. Seen some new effects snap-ins, but I don't remember which ones are coming. Just fan concepts and which ones might actually come to Faceplant. Yeah, they haven't told me anything. Not that I'm in the loop or anything, but I've had a couple talks with people, with some of the guys on the Discord. It's not like they're super hard to reach or anything. But the only thing that I really asked them for, I was like, hey guys, I want granular. And they were like, maybe. I was like, okay, come on. Throw me a bone. Come on. All right, what happens if I stack this? Pretty sick. All right, cool, cool, cool. Maybe by doing just a little bit of that there. And then maybe on this one we can also do... just a little bit of this. You said you want neuro, I'll give you neuro. So I just tried it and no, it doesn't work. Oh, you mean like overriding the default patch? Bummer. Bummer, bummer, bummer. Well, that's okay. Hey, thanks for trying, though. That's cool. I appreciate that. That way I didn't have to. I think that there must be a way. I guess you could always have easily yeah, that's kind of what's going on now within my head. Whenever I put this out for sale, I hope that you guys have a good CPU. I'm just kidding. It should be fine. Maybe. Let's do, this isn't even my final filter. Sons of bitch. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not. Let's do another one. All right, for this one in particular, we're going to just use a low pass. Still more clicks than just pressing new, right? It's okay. I think they're aware of it, so it could be worse. I think that, like, for the amount of depth and modularity that you have on this already, like, I don't really feel like complaining is there's already so much that you can do in this, long story short. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fuck yeah. That's what you guys come here for, I believe. Maybe. At least that's what I would show up to someone else's stream for, is to learn how to do that shit. I'll be going. Have fun with this. Okay, Jeff, thanks for coming in. Okay, I still think that I can bring a little bit more out of this, though, before we go into more stuff. Like, what happens if I do this? No discount / partnership on Morph? No, I didn't ask for one, and they didn't offer. Okay, what if I... My internet's dying. Nice. Hi and bye, I guess. Okay. Thanks for coming in. Okay, I'm gonna add just a. I'm gonna pull this back and then add just a bit of distortion to this, I think. And then over here, I'm actually gonna make this in mono at first because I want the phase oscillation of this to be really apparent. So if I were to turn this off, oh sorry, if I were to turn this off, oh, it still sounds good. Okay, well, just in case. So maybe what I can do instead is just give this a small boost. Yeah, there we go. That sounds pretty good. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and save this patch. Actually, both of these. We'll save this one as filter rack 1. Death delay thing, blap blap. Nice. I have the best names if you guys didn't know. I'm kidding. So before we get into the generator aspect of this, I think that what I also want to do is create another group and just do like some interesting wonky shit. Maybe something that can introduce like some kind of chordal tones or whatever. Like that might be interesting. So let's pull this off for a hot sec. And maybe what we can do is grab a wavetable and kind of pull this up and do some interesting shit with this. Cool. Hey, Michael, what's going on? All right, so we'll grab this and pull that up. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to turn this back off again for a hot sec. And then, oh, sorry. Oh no, I'm not sorry. We will replace this. And go to macro 2. Stop, you guys. And go to timbre and slide that up. Cool. So now we can kind of bring this back, and then I guess we should also do something like this. kind of just want there to be like just a touch of that in there as opposed to taking up all the higher harmonics. So I'm going to back off of that just a bit. Cool. Let's go ahead and turn this on now, and we will begin. Prepare the post-processing thing. Maybe I'll just use Snap Heap. No, I'll throw a Snap Heap at the end. Stop, Remy. Okay, let's just set some shit up and see what we can do with it. I kind of want to make this one really big, wide, and spacey. So maybe what I'll do, set up some kind of physical modeling aspect of this. I'm going to actually set this at C because that makes the most sense. That way I can just kind of set the overall thing at what it needs to be. If you guys didn't know, I've been working on my rhymes. I'm trying to use my sound design to pick up all the dimes. Bars. Bars. My first inclination is to make it rain. Precipitation. I'm trying to make some money so I can change my destination. I spit hot fire. Anybody who disagrees is a straight liar. But what can I say on this neuro-based day? No, I'm kidding. All right, let's pretend like that never happened. And I'm kidding. That's fine. Let's go to C1. There we go. No, C1. And then we will change the offset here. Maybe like that much. Just a tad. That's tight. It sounds like The Grudge. Alright, let's duplicate that. Alright, so sending that into a bunch of Oblivion things might be kind of cool. So let's go ahead and open up Snap Peep now. Then I'm going to try just a couple of cool like pitch shifting things. Let's do another one. Maybe at like +7. Excuse me. Cool. Let's see what happens if I do this instead. And then let's grab a limiter and throw that on just in case. Oh, cool. Nice. We got like some crazy ass like screaming, not screaming, but just like pain. Wow. Okay. Tight. nuts. Do you guys hear that licking in the background? It's driving me insane. Stop, dude. Oh my god. Please. Stop. Stop it. When I'm done with stream, these guys are going in the bathtub. Next Kendrick Lamar. No, my dogs just keep licking themselves like obsessively. Ooh, that could be cool. Okay, let's see what happens if we... Heh, Doog. Oh, man. So what if I set up like a bunch of these? Crazy. Maybe instead of the full mix, we'll just not do that. So that way we'll get some of that too. Wait, what is this one doing? Okay, they're both at the same, so we'll pull this one down. Hey, John's Illustrations. Okay, so now that we got something like that, we can do some filtering stuff. All right, do something like that. Good evening. What is this one attached to? Alpha 1. I have to admit, I've been really obsessed with making like metallic sounding things as of late. So the easiest way to do that is to just grab a bunch of delays like this and set them to slightly different times. And then you can get some pretty interesting stuff like that. Oh, actually, we're going to do that. And then you can do another one. Set a slightly different time, kind of like so, and then change the modulator on this. I've been playing on drums. I'm not really a music guy. I'm getting into painting. That's cool. I was just reading your name. I think painting. Okay, so now we need some stuff that's going to, because we can do it via pitch shifter, but a couple of options that we have to change the pitch are pitch shifter, delay, frequency shifter. What else can we abuse to make the pitch change? You know what might be kind of cool is to do a tape stop that's really freaking slow. Like that. Let's see if that'll work the way that I want it to. It does. I just joined, so I don't know what you're doing, but ring mod. Okay. It'll get in there someplace. I'm just breaking things as of now. All right, let's do ring mod. Yes. More ring mod. I'll find somewhere to throw that in. I'm trying to get the reverser to do something cool, but it's not quite working out in the way that I had hoped. So let's maybe play with something different then. Let's see if we can get something else interesting to pop up. Maybe a frequency shifter could be kind of cool. I'm just trying different stuff at the moment, so bear with me. Dang. Okay, that's kind of cool. Is the static just from too much CPU, I'm guessing? Does this sound clean? Or does it sound like it's broken? Because my CPU should be fine. Somebody tell me. You gotta tell me these things, guys, otherwise I don't know. Sounds clean. When I joined a couple minutes ago, it was all super choppy. Okay, no, that's not me. That's you. Couldn't tell if it was part of the patch or not. There is some static that's going on, but dang. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Sounds like Screams from Hell. That's exactly what I'm going for. But I want it to be a little bit more ghostly, so I'm just trying different things to see if I can pull that off. Okay, let's do this here. So let's go like that and pull that down. We'll go like that and pull that down too. Then we'll call that speed. Oh, sick. All right. You wanted ring mod? I'll give you ring mod. Just reverb that out. Sounds like music to my ears. Good. I'm glad somebody can appreciate how evil I'm trying so hard to achieve. All right. So that's going to go there. I think the speed will go like halfway up here as well. And then I'm going to pull this into the neural processing before the neural processing, so that way it's still going to have that filterage. So vanilla, it should sound like this. Oh, right. Okay, we're going to turn that down. We're going to turn that down. And then I would like this to be like here and be like there, because I just want it on its own. Why is my audio rate modulation purple? Because it's a different skin. Fuck yeah. Yes. Okay. So we'll save this as creature. Wait, cancel. Save. Creature 1. And then we'll call this one. Stop, Buckshot. Stop it. No. Bad boy. See? I have traps set up to where if they knock things over, it scares them. Actually, that's not true. I just had a hat on one of my tripods. It's not a bad idea, though. They over smell a box and just like dumps a bunch of fake. No, I'm kidding. That's cruel. Yeah, I wanted this to kind of like have just a little bit more space, though. I think. Oh, that's why. Okay, I'm supposed to put the slice EQ before the reverb. That's a big trick, guys. Is if you're doing heavy filtering, put your reverb after your filter, and you'll still get really good space. So. Cool. So yeah, that's how you create creatures. Let me back off the reverb just a little bit now, and then do our usual processing, how we finish this up to make it sound nice. Maybe I'll do some other things as a patch too, because like one thing that I think is going to be really cool about this is that I'm essentially creating 3 patches. That sounded exactly like a guy saying at one point. I'm pretty sure that was me. I went yeah, but I'm essentially creating like 3 patches in one, and that's part of what makes this a lot of fun to do, for one, but 2, it's like super efficient to work and just like how much variation you can create in a sound. And Lapidus is no stranger to that, so he's created some really cool things as well. Okay, there's that. Let's grab another one. And bass mono, let's save that as well. Then we need dynamics. We're going to compress the fuck out of it. And what do you get? Trash. I got to get back to making patches. Haven't made one in a minute. Yeah, I really liked when I worked on some of the stuff that you sent in. And you don't come here that often, but a lot of times when you're not here, I show off some of the things that, or those couple patches that you sent me, because some of those are really freaking cool. Let's call this one, how about like Possessed Reese? Risa. That's kind of what that sounds like to me. And then I'm going to label this as MPE compatible as well. And then we'll just call this narrow. Then we'll call this one. Thanks. I attribute pretty much all my Facebook sounded to watching your vid streams, to be honest. Well, shoot, dude. You make some cool stuff, so. Wow. Generator. Okay, I am going to put a little bit more work into this though because I'm supposed to save this one too. We'll call this nerd. Okay. Wow, that was all kinds of messed up. Narrow filtering too. Oh, processing. Let me turn this back off for a second, and I kind of want to mess with this again and just kind of be a little bit more gentle on some of these things. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna switch this up. I think instead of this, that also goes really freaking fast. And instead of this, I think that's also changing. Yeah. So we'll pull that off. I think I've got an easier. Okay, yeah, that's kind of more consistent in that way. This needs some compression as well. I really want to try not to cut any corners with this and just make like every patch inspiring. Not that I ever feel like I cut corners, but just like sometimes I'm like, oh man, I feel like I could have done better. Do you still have viewer preset streams? I remember you stopped because there kind of wasn't enough submissions. Yeah, I haven't done it since you and I, or since the last one that you've been in. Okay, so what we'll do with this one is we'll set this here, and then we'll set this to like 24. But with the generator, we'll pull this up. And that way, if the generator is off, it should still... Okay, that seems to be a lot more... seems to be a lot better. And then there's one thing on here that I don't think might be that necessary. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens. Did I throw... is the ring mod on this? It is. And what's on this one? Just a pitch shifter. Hey! Stop it. Okay, let's actually pull that off. Let's see what this does. Okay, what I'm trying to do is actually bring out more of this, of the ring mod. So and then maybe what I'll do instead, because it's still kind of high just because of the other stuff that I have, is I'll set this to 12. And it still sounds like there's something else that's pulling that pitch up so high. Yeah. What happens if I... Okay, what happens if I also turn this off and just see what this does? I'm losing all of the bass frequencies from that. Oh, that's why. Because I'm doing crazy shit with this. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go make some food and do some homework. See y'all. See ya. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what's up with this and make it sound better. Peacer. Yeah, unfortunately that sounds, I mean, I haven't saved this yet, so I kind of have the original thing, but it doesn't, something's in my eye. I'm going to go back to this and go back to the creature thing and try again and see what other stuff I'm fucking up. The frequency shift, like the one that's like, no, it's that is coming from this. But what I'm trying to create more so is something just a little bit different. Maybe I can just create some detuning with that instead. Then come into this, and let's see what happens if I were to pull this over the entire sound too. What is this doing? Okay, that's the physical modeling thing, so we'll pull that back over here before the reverb. Maybe instead we'll pull that over here so that way it doesn't affect the low end. Then maybe we'll pull that before this too. Because again, I'm trying to pull space out of it more so and make it sound like it's a little bit more so of... sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not sending this or changing the delay rates of all of these. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Okay, maybe instead of automating the reverb as well, I'll just kind of keep it there, because I kind of think that if I pull this off of the space thing anyways, then it's going to cut it off. Yeah, it does. Okay, I should have done that in the first place. And then, let me see. I'm going to go back to this here, and I'm actually going to pull the offset a little bit closer so that way it can only go so high. Yeah. Okay, it's getting better now. Now there's still something that's happening on this, probably the tape stop, that's making it kind of hit that whipping motion too much, and I want it to be more slow, so like a, you know, kind of like that, and I think, well, it could be that too, perhaps. So maybe we'll go back to this and then kind of make that go a lot slower. Or maybe what we can even do is not even set that at that. If we really wanted to kind of have that ghost aspect of it, then... Okay. That sounds much better. We're going to pull the reverb off of this one. Let's go ahead and pull that over here. And maybe what I can do instead is come into... Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. So maybe I'll throw this over here instead. Sometimes it's just like combination, right? Could formant filters help with those ghostliness? Possibly.
Stop, Remy. Leave him alone.
Okay, maybe I will have just a touch of reverb on this. Longer decay, shorter mix. And then we can pull that back and... I mean, the sound has changed drastically, but it's still not quite where I want it to be. So let's pull the reverb off of this, and then let me see what this sounds like on its own. Maybe this is that super harsh sound is coming from how many delays I have on here. That would make sense. So maybe if I come and pull that up a bit.
Remy, stop.
Good God. I need somebody to lick. Come here, I'll lick you. Okay. So now let's try some different effects maybe. Just a little bit. It would be cool if you can flip this. That would be awesome. Like if you had opposite gain. That'd be nice. But, oh, I guess you can. If you set up the gain on these this way, then it will flip them, but it's kind of cumbersome. So why does that still sound like it's so like... Okay, cool. Shit. I'm getting closer to what I was looking for. Maybe. More compression. Okay, let's try this now and see if that will give us more interesting results. Okay, maybe what we can do is push the low end up of this a little bit. This sounds crazy now. Okay. Now let's see if this will become a little bit more interesting in this way. Oh, yo. Dang. That was so worth it. Yeah, yeah. It makes it fit like it's not so like abrasive now. I think that's kind of what I was looking for. And I don't really know what I did other than just mess with it and try to make it work. But hearing those kind of low end rumbles, I think is pretty damn cool. That vroom, that's that shit I like. And you can get some cool stuff kind of like that too. Like if you time it right, and you can just get like that what's it called? You can get that like fuck, what am I trying to describe? Oh, the ring mod, right? The when you kind of just slide that up, then you can get some cool shit like that. I might actually change this to both saws though, because I wonder if that's going to change the timbre of that at all. Yeah, it does. Ring mode hot. All right, let's save that one, and then let's update these. That sounded sick. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I'll call that creature 1. Yeah. Dang. Cool. Cool beans. So, yeah, we've got quite a few patches. Let's do another one. Hi, if you're new to the channel, welcome. I'm making interesting bass patches, or trying to make interesting bass patches. That was my hand, not my butt. Oh shit, I didn't even realize that that was mono, or that was muted. Okay, well that might sound completely different now then. I was wondering why that still sounded super loud, and the low growling clicking is super sick too. There we go. Okay. I was like, why isn't this stuff working? Shit. Fuck. All right, yeah, that one turned out really good. Just like I don't know. I don't know. I could play with that forever. All right. Let's start off somewhat simple. And let's build some kind of nice sounding, thick, chunky waveform.
Stop.
That's interesting. Okay. That's one way to create a square. I think I want that to go faster though. Okay, I like it. Cool. So let's go here. And no shit. Oh. Multi-routing. Fuck. Oh, so here to here. Then let's start with multipass first. And I think this will be easier to do because now I can... There's no way to look at an oscillator to a specific note, lock an oscillator to a specific note frequency and phase plan, is there, or detach it from MIDI input? Wait, what? There's no way to lock an oscillator to a specific note frequency? Oh, you mean like turn key tracking off for a specific thing? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think so. Because I think everything has MIDI in. Unless if you... Let me see. If you create a new group... Yeah, you can't. Not that I know of. Good question, though. We're sorry, but the number that you're dialing cannot be reached or has been disconnected. There we go. Let's get some nice, thick, and juicy stuff going on there. Okay, so we're not really going to change anything pitch-wise on this, other than try to create some kind of interesting movement per se. Oh shit. Okay, fuck. Damn it. Ah! Why? Maybe you could use note tracking thingy modulator or whatever it's called to have it modulate an oscillator's pitch but invert it. Yeah, so no matter what, there's a negative input, but it would still shift it though, right? I think. I mean, I get what you're saying, because you would use the note to, like, let's say you had the note, and if you go up one, it would go -1. So maybe if you set this to be, but no matter what, it would still be offset, right? So it would still be offset either one or the other off of what it's supposed to be, I feel. And I think you can only go down to the range to 12, so you can't actually lock it into place in that way. Okay. Well, poop. Yeah, I'll take a look at it later, but I'm not quite sure at the moment. I'll think about it and see if there's something I can come up with. Let's throw an ensemble onto this. That's pretty cool. Whoa, what the fuck? Hold on one sec, guys. You guys are the king and queens at scaring the shit out of me. Lay down, guys. Come on. I swear their favorite thing to do is to just spook me. Okay, we're going to create a couple of like little peak things over here. So that way when they all shift, we might get just a little bit of like interesting kind of talking here. So it's kind of like half comb, half... You get to do this. That's super cool. Oh, see, that made this sound so much cooler. That's sick. Okay. I kind of want this to be a little bit slower, though. Yeah, it's all like dead. Not dead, but like the phasing on this is just absolutely trash. But who cares? I sure don't. If I can get that to resonate a little bit harder, I think that would be super awesome. I don't know if you guys heard some of that or not, but maybe just a little bit more on these. And then maybe what we can also do is we can randomize, what is this one? Oh, it's the first one. Okay. Well, we can randomize the resonance of the first one to create like partly combed and partly something else. So now it's going to make it do that. Still makes a pretty sick neuro-reese. Thanks, dude. Also, welcome, Kenny. All right. Now what we might want to do is throw a comb filter on this. And maybe we can get away with like just adjusting this ever so slightly with this. Because you can hear that this is kind of keeping that a single tone on that like super consistent. So maybe just a little push right there can make that sound a little bit cooler. Okay, there's still that one sound, that one tone. Oh, that's why. That's because I didn't do anything with this. I was like, why is that making the same thing over and over and over again? All right, so now that we can switch that out. Cool. Let's go ahead and change that one as well. They got to add the same faceplant to Snap Heap, LOL. I think they're going to. I think that's on the agenda for them. Okay, so that sounds pretty cool for now, but I think I want to go ahead and see if I can do a little bit more and boost the low end of this. And then also kind of maybe think about doing the same thing. Before I do that, though, I'm going to come over here and compress this because otherwise it's going to be nuts. Tight. That was so cool. All right, let's pull this back and then. A little bit. Buckshot, stop, man. You're killing me. I'm gonna head out. Sweet sounds, man. Oh shit. Are there two Kinneys in my chat now? Thanks for coming in, Lapidus. Appreciate it, man. You take care of yourself. Okay, so why is this still... Oh, okay. All right. We'll do just a small adjustment on this to see if I can get that to move just a bit. Like that much. Okay, sweet. So I'm going to go ahead and set another envelope on this. We'll blow that up. Okay, I wonder what would happen if I take I take a filter here, pull that up. And we're just going to push this up a bit and see what this does. Actually, I'm going to turn this off for now. Okay, cool. That's pretty dope. So let's go ahead and make another one. And we're going to pull the cutoff here, kind of like that. And the first thing that we're going to set on this is the actual depth of this. So that way, if it's just playing vanilla, it's not going to make any of those interesting noises. Oh, and then I think what we'll also do is we'll reset this and do the same thing on this as well. So that way, you can see that as I push the pressure, it's going to activate that. And then I guess we'll be subtle with it in that way. I found that same exact skin in the Kilohearts Discord. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so now we can go back to here. I'm going to turn this on, and we'll save this as we'll call this Mecha Maker. I don't know. Fuck. I can't always come up with cool names. Cool. And I guess now what we'll do is we'll process the neuro aspect of this. Interested to see your process here? You're about 3 hours late to the party, but I'll show you what I do for this particular one. So we'll pull that down. That's pretty cool. Fuck me. I always forget to do this. My CPU is already melting watching this top kick. It should be okay. It's not really that bad. Promise. Okay, let's go ahead and pump this up now with the stereo for one. And then let's filter this and see if we can get some more low-end movement from this. Yeah. Noise. Buckshot. How many times do I gotta tell you to stop doing that, dude? No. That's not good. You get hairballs. He's bored. He's bored. Sorry, dude. I get it. You're bored. He's like, I don't give a fuck. I'll fuck you, man. I'm gonna do what I want. Jerk. I love my dogs. They're so bad, though. I blame my brother for killing my dogs. But I love them like they're my own. I still love you. I still love you, even though your dad is a psycho. Okay, let's try a phaser now. Let's see, what else do I want to do to this that might be cool? Maybe just a bit of this. Just got 2 kittens a couple months ago and my life has improved times 100. That's cute. Kittens are cool. I don't really like that. Maybe I can put some distortion on the high end. And then I can do another kind of cool filter thingy on this. And then I'll have these move independently of each other. All of the freaking things. Okay, here we go. Move the cutoff. Move the cutoff like that. So there's this cool little interaction right there. Then we'll go back to this. Then we'll move this over here. Kind of let it do its own thing. Okay, so now we can pull this down a bit. EQ is grooving right now. Yes, abuse the cue. All right, let's see if this does anything interesting. So now we'll set macro 2 to the speed/generator. And I think that's kind of the flow that I found with this that I think works pretty well, is just... Okay, well, maybe not that fucking fast. Maybe just like half speed. Shit. Okay, and I'm also going to set this one to go a little bit lower, like that low. Maybe I'll set these to just chill the heck out too. Okay, cool. Then we want some of this stuff because that's going to make things sound a little bit more interesting. Remy, stop it. No. No. All right. I feel, anyways. Okay, I turned it down by quite a bit, so we'll try to fix it and turn it back up. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna maybe add one more filter to this though and see if I can get some more interesting movement. Because I kind of want it to be like something like that. If that makes sense. Yeah, kind of like that. Next. Speed. Neuro. Generator. Yeah. Okay, I might do one more thing. Maybe. Let's see what this does. Nope. Let's do another one instead. There we go. So that way this will stay up whenever this is there. Shouldn't do anything or affect the sound. Hey, Fred. How's it going? Okay, well that didn't work out how I'd hoped, but that's okay. Actually set this to go faster. It's kind of interesting that that's only... Okay, let's try here. There we go. Maybe what I might do as well is actually remove these and just kind of let it do its own thing. I think I'll probably end up adding one more randomizer to this as well. Yeah, if it's at the end, I don't think it'll make that big of a difference. Maybe, we'll see. Okay, cool. Whenever this pulls back on the mix, you get that interesting movement right there. So we get some of that back. But that's I wonder if that's like an unfortunate trade-off or something. Or maybe what I can do is set it to here, so that way every once in a while it will pull back. Almost. Still not quite where I want it to be, but it's cool. What if I were to duplicate this? Now that's cool. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I like the neuro to be before or after. I suppose I could run them in parallel too, but I don't really want to try that right now. Maybe I'll try that with the next one. I've got too many devices on my desktop. Sounds great. Keep it up. I need to get back into the grind soon. Take one more day off from it for now. Taking one more day off. Oh, good. Yeah, you need a break, man. Yeah, I think that's cool. We'll call this, I don't know. Any ideas for a bass/generator idea? I need to save these too. We'll just call this neuroprocessor 3. Oh, this one's called the Mecha Maker. Okay. We'll just call this Mecha Square then. Yeah, these are pretty cool. Did I already save that here? Generator? What is this? Was this the same one? Or the first one that we did? Yeah, it is. Okay. That is not behaving in the same way that it used to. That's for damn sure. That's interesting. Hey, can you play a sine real quick? The audio messed up again? Okay, thanks. I'll just fix it just in case. Oh yeah, SonarWorks just quit. Fixed? Thanks. I don't think this was the same one that I saved. I mean, it might be, but... Yeah, I must have done something on that, because that doesn't sound anything... Well, it sounds close, but there's a lot that's changed from that generator. Standard neuro processor. You can click undo a couple times back. No, not from pulling the patch up. This was the very first patch that we made when I started messing with the morph, remember? Could it be that... Oh, yeah. Okay, this isn't the same patch. Yeah, I know that for sure now because I remember that there was a duplicate of this like that. No, I didn't discard a preset. Did I save that maybe as like Sensel or something? Or did I lose that patch? I might have lost that patch. That sucks. I might have lost that patch from the other day, rather. Or no. Nope, I didn't. I don't think I did. Maybe. Did you or did you not? What have you done? Okay, hold on. Sensel stuff. I think that I have it saved as a project here. Because I was planning on using that first one as part of that thing too, because I thought that would be kind of cool. I might do like maybe 10 overall presets and then give away some other shit. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay, I'm glad I didn't lose that, but we're going to save that now as evolution base / generator. Because I don't think that this was... Yeah, I don't see it here. Okay, cool. All right, all is well. Good job. Nope. Let's turn this back on. Whew. All right. Wait, what? What? Oh, I probably have to... Try again. Wait, where is it? What? Oh, okay, so this is it. We'll just call it evolution. Assuming I can spell, because apparently I can't. Oh my gosh. Wow, that was amazing. Okay, so now that we have that, more to do. More to do.
Recording to logbook.
Yo, Lasagna de Florentia, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Okay, there we go. All right. So we've got one, two, three, four. There's a fifth patch, I guess. Yeah, and that's so you can design your own, which is cool. Can I move all this stuff to... I can't. That sucks. Well, that's fine. We'll just... turn that down. And then map this one to this one too. There we go. Okay. Neat. We got this one. That one's awesome. Then we got this one that we just made. Yeah. Cool. I'm going to bring this other one back up really quick and make sure that I have the other preset saved. Standard neuroprocessing. Then we'll save this as generator 1, I think. Generator. Or generator 2, rather. Neuroprocessor 3. Oh, okay, we'll call it generator 1. So even though we made, how many patches? We made 3 patches today, but from those patches we also made neuroprocessors, and we also made what's it called? Stuff. We also made, oh my God, Ian, glitch generators. And I think that I've also got some other multipass presets that I might not have transferred over. So this will be cool. I think this pack will be really interesting, and it'll be at least something totally different than what somebody might be used to. But just kind of having the tools to combine all of these elements together is something I think could be pretty powerful in general. Does anybody have any questions? I'm gonna eat a snack. Hello, pretzels. Easy, buddy. Don't bite my hand off. I feel like there was something else that I wanted to do today, but I can't remember. Let me see here. Yeah, I think that I'll probably have some bases, some generators, and then I'll do a few of these that are kind of both. Trying to think if there's anything else that would be cool to include in something like this. Frothy potato? What is that? Okay. I could do some pads, but I feel like I've already given away all my coolest pads. What about a patch with some weird delay settings, like one delay with 25 millisecond delay time and one with 50 millisecond delay time or stuff like that as a texture? I've got quite a bit of that. Although not quite as simple. Here, let me show you. Sorry. I gotta say, I really like what you made here. I'm down to purchase when you're finished. Thank you. I'm not really sure, like, what a good price for this would be yet, though. Because it depends on the amount of content that I put in, and it also depends on, like, well, yeah, it depends on like what I think is fair, I guess. So I've got some faster things on here. Some of these generators, I gotta just find some echo chamber. Like, check this out. These generators in general are relatively atonal. Here, hold on. I'm gonna play this without the morph. Not as cool as I thought it was gonna be. Let me see. This one. Pricing, I think it depends on the amount of content, right? Like samples, like sample packs are hard because splice exists. But presets, like this is stuff that I still feel is really unique. And I think that's why I still like think it's important to have some stuff that's still just generator or still like bass or whatever, because hey, what's up, brother? Hope all is well. Also, do you have a Discord channel? Yeah, just look in the description. Yeah, so that has a little bit more stuff that you can hear. That, hell yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, we've got a huge Discord with a lot of great people. Yeah, sorry, most of my questions aren't going to be sound design related. I'll probably want to have a chat with you on Discord sometime if you're up for it. Yeah, for sure. Anytime. Anytime. Not that I have all the answers. I hope that's not there, but will the content be available for your Patreon subscribers? I don't have Patreon anymore. But got a little shrieky there for a sec. there's just a lot of different like sounds, a lot of different things, and I've given some of these away. The washings are really nice and creepy. Thank you. The ones that I'm going to be putting out, no. But I've already generated, like, or given out a ton of free content. Like, a lot of free content. It's on the Discord collab stuff. Or, sorry, the Discord sample pack. And then on my website, I have a bunch of free stuff as well, so... kind of going through this because I'm actually curious to what I did. Oh, it's pretty cool. Yeah, I've made a ton of these. There's a lot. Excuse me. Sorry. I made a ton of these. I just don't remember which ones I've given out on a previous pack and which ones I've given out for free, so I'll definitely be putting some of these other ones out and stuff. My favorite, sorry, I read your question and then I didn't answer it, but I think my favorite effect is just a filter, really, because I think that's the primary thing. Filter and distortion are like the primary things that like give me all the sounds that I really enjoy the most, or at least that's what I use the most, right? So like a custom filter, maybe like a parametric EQ, and then what else do I really like? Pitch shifters are also sick. Comb filter here. I think pitch shifters in general are so slept on for making crazy ass sounds. Have you tried the dual pitch shifter trick? Perfect name for that patch. I'm not sure. What do you mean? What's the dual pitch shifter trick? Is that where like you set them to be opposite from each other so you get a crazy phase cancellation thingy? Yeah, I don't know. Then stack copies and macro the grain size. Yeah, I've done that with not with the faceplant pitch shifter, but with the Bitwig one. So where, well, I wouldn't macro them, but I would set them all to the same randomizer. But what I would do is go here, kind of like this, and then I'd set this one up, and then duplicate it, and then create just the complete opposite of it in one way or another. So as the grain size goes down, this one goes up. What you're feeling on ring mods? You know good ways to incorporate the sidebands in a musical way? The sidebands of ring mod? Or sideband in general? Each pitch shifter treats that effect completely different. Yeah, Like, I think just an overall like idea that this is like one of the best ways to get like robot sounds or like mech sounds is probably the coolest thing about it. Yeah, do you mean sideband as in like treating this as a, or sending like an effect out to a sideband? Or sorry, sending an oscillator out to a sideband? So like if you create a new group, you go to analog, you go to output, and then you go to sideband. Is that what you mean? In ring mod, but I'm okay with in general. Well, I'm guessing that like, I'm not really sure what sideband in general means in particular towards this. Oh, maybe that would be only be in Bitwig. Oh wait, no, that was there. Well, okay. So in order for this to be a thing, there needs to be a sideband signal in the first place, right? As in the off-tone harmonics created by the ring mod. Oh, I thought it meant that the modulator was like from whatever is being sent to it in this way. I don't know. Let me listen to how this sounds. Okay, I need the other ear. I think I wasn't aware of that in a phase map, but usually sidebands refer to folded frequencies. Okay, maybe you actually need stereo information in this, so maybe that will change it. That's what I was thinking, that it was going to be like mid-side. To be honest, I don't even hear a difference. Do you guys? I think on faceplant, the sideband input is to allow for AM from another generator. That's okay. That's what I was thinking, right? Like you actually have to have some kind of signal that's being sent to the sideband in this way. No, just the new signal's frequency, maybe? So I guess musically, like this is just another sound design tool because like what Data was saying, ring modulation is pretty much RM. So what you can do is you can send an AM signal via an oscillator in the midst of a sound design chain. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. So in essence, if like you got a bass going on, actually let me just pull one up. That way it will be maybe one that's not super complicated. Complicated cowbell? That's not complicated. Let me see. Let's go to this one. All right. Let's see if we can create something interesting with this. So that's what that sounds like. If you put a ring mod on this, it's doing ring mod from a sine oscillator. So right. But if you go to new group, analog, let's do a square, output, sideband. Hold on one second. Does this? Okay. Just making sure that this kind of sends it to, when it says sideband or whatever, that it doesn't actually go to the output. So that's why I think that works pretty well. So now that this is here, though, if we set this to there, I'm not sure if you can hear that or not, but it is changing the sound. So if you have something off like that, I'll take one of your finest new sample packs, please. I'm working on it. It'll be a phase plant patch pack thing, but you can hear that by sending this, you can pretty much place an AM signal anywhere within this chain by using the ring mod in that way. Because if you were to turn this off, you don't hear this signal. As a layman, the difference between AM and RM is like the difference of an attenuator and a attenuverter, but I'm not sure about that. Well, they're not exactly the same. I don't know what the actual difference between them is, but as far as like what you can actually do to make use of this is you can take this and insert it as an effect right here. And that I can actually see that being pretty useful in that way. It's kind of unfortunate that you can't adjust the frequency and the spread though, but that would be, I guess you can just do that on here, right? So if you go back to it's a more specific effect, sort of like how phase modulation is a form of FM. Yeah. It's like they achieve the same thing, but the process in which it does that is slightly different. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but the people that coined RM were the people that created some kind of synthesizer keyboard. I don't remember the semantics of it, but that's what I remember. The process is the same, it's just more specific. That doesn't make sense. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, so like, I mean, as far as like musically wise, I think that it's important to just take note of what characteristic this does. But you know, there's a lot of different things that, like now, just think of it as like an extra characteristic, you know, it's like, how would you use it musically? Well, okay, well, it's an effect, so consider that to be something along the same lines of, well, why would I use a phaser? Because it sounds cool, right? So try it on a bass, try it as a pad. Try this as like the forefront of all this other stuff, right? And then like what you can also do is like, you know, change this pretty easily into something very different. If you go here, you can grab a filter, kind of like so. Kind of use that same thing here, like that. That's pretty sick. Maybe use this on some reverb. That's the initial plan that I had for that, but wait, what happened to the reverb? What happened to the reverb? That is so cool. So the question's more like, where do you think is the right place for the ring mod to go? Yeah. I wouldn't like think of it like, I wouldn't think of it as like a specific sound design thing in general, right? And then what's cool about this though is that, like, you know, it's got that cool speed thing going on, but now when you know, mess with the shift, it'll kind of maybe it's the semi-sense instead of the hertz. Okay, it doesn't work in the way that I thought it was going to, but it's still cool. Like you said, a flanger is not about when to use it, but where to use it. Yeah. Right. So what happens if you do, like, wait, hold on. Let me push this off for a sec. Unfortunately, I really like this trackpad, but the problem with it is that it's not as sensitive as the laptop one. You could use a whole effects lane as a sideband modulator for... Oh, shit, that's true. How do you set that to... How do you set the whole lane for sideband, though? Send to master. Master. Wait. Modulator. My bad, there should be a question mark on that. Oh, could you? No. Well, yes. I think you can do it in either Multipass or Snap Heap. I want to say. I don't know about an actual lane, though. Pre-effects. Okay, nope, not this one. There's no sideband here. Maybe Snap Heap. Yeah, so you can process this as the external input from the sideband and essentially place, like, the ring mod. You can process it at the end of here. Wait, was that on Multipass as well? Did I just not see that? Oh, you can. Okay, cool. So, yeah, essentially you would go here and then you would send everything to the sideband that way. That's so fucking cool, man. All right, so yeah, essentially, like, you can just pull something up. I'm just gonna do this because reasons. Makes that a lot easier. But you've got the external input from the sideband, and then if you come into here and you go to the actual output and do the same thing, I'm curious to see how this would turn out. External. Oh man, that sounds great. Gotta turn that one off though. What if we sent both to the sideband? Nothing happens. I think it's just rumbling, to be honest. That's super cool too. Man, like for creating textures and stuff, wow, what a great idea. Thank you for even bringing it up. So instead, you know, what happens if you take a wavetable and do something different? Since Data brought this here, we'll use one of his tables. I don't remember which ones I liked a whole lot, but we'll just pick one. Colton. Woo woo. If you guys didn't know, Databroth sells wavetables. I sell neuropatches. He sells wavetables and portal presets. Maybe he's got his own neuro presets. I don't know. But the market is full and rich of sounds you've never heard. That's awesome. So yeah, that's a few different use cases of why you might Yeah, anytime. Yeah, that's crazy. So imagine like stacking a bunch of these. Did I already say that? Did we kill it? Well, that's why. It's some interesting stereo. Also, quick tip, if you map the macros before duplicating, set the macro, you'll get access to all the controls from the mini dials. Well, what if I wanted to move them all individually? Like, to different things. I mean, that's what I normally do when I'm creating a patch, but most of the time I want them to, if I'm going to stack, I usually want them to do completely different things. Exactly, you use the orange mini controls to adjust them all individually, which is why you set the macro to 100%. Hey, Frailer for frailer, frailer. Hi. Wait, I need to read that again. Exactly. You'd use the orange MIDI controls to adjust. Oh, so you're saying instead, like, let's say they're all mapped to the macro or whatever, then you just adjust these little things instead of doing it all that way? That makes sense. Yeah, I still like the original better, but that's still cool though. Am I streaming on Twitch as well? No, I only stream on YouTube now. From up top where they all open at once. Oh, like right there. Oh, nice tip. Gotcha. Oh, okay. Yeah, I only stream on YouTube these days. I never really got any traffic on Twitch. It's okay, but when you actually have viewers on another platform, it kind of persuades you to, you know what I mean? Have to adjust this because I think that's only taking the low. Kind of quiet though. Oh, I might have Eidolon. Every time I see that, I think of Warframe. Tables. I've made a few. It's really hard to make tables that sound very different though, right? Or at least it was for me. Hey, no better. Nope. Don't kick my desk. That's the motto of 2021. So, yeah. That was really cool. I'm going to actually go back quite a few steps. Ready? Just tell the user in the preset name to add 10 OTTs. I suppose you could. Yeah, I think that one. Wait, this one. It's kind of a method and system you have to get into. It's not like regular sound design because you always wanted to see what results will actually be as far as making a table goes. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that I've approached making tables, but I don't know. It's oh shit. Let's save this as RM Explorer. It's a new internet browser featuring Faceplant. RM Explorer. So yeah, that was really cool. So that's like kind of one way that I feel like would be a very interesting way to do that. But if you have like ring modulation on like some other stuff, like you should definitely watch that undo button as a godsend. It really is, man. Like this feature alone for something like Serum. Well, good sir. For one, it has an undo button. Instabuy. I'm back. What? I'm sorry, what? I don't think that was on my end. I haven't dropped any frames whatsoever. No frames dropped today, luckily. Or did my audio start cutting out again? Check it. No frames. 100%. Faceplant can do everything plus a lot more than Serum, but Serum can't do all that Faceplant can. That's not entirely true, but mostly true. Serum has a couple of unique things, like modulating. You can modulate a modulator, but the XY controls that you can do are kind of unique in that way with Serum. And then, of course, the reverb the reverb filter. I fucking hate that thing. I don't know why so many people like it. Hey, stop begging. Go lay down. Go. Serum is super fast. It's kind of interesting that people say that, though. Now that I think about it, modulating LFO points is cool. I hope it becomes more common in the future. Yeah. It is pretty unique. But people are like, yeah, if I want to do something quick and purposeful, which I've even said in the past, but now that I think about it, I'm like, that's ridiculous. Because not only is, I think, Faceplant faster for sound design, but it's also all in one tab. So your filters, your effects. The only thing that you actually do have to open up, okay, well that's one thing, is setting up an MSEG. And I do think that Serum's multi-stage envelope generators are way more intuitive than this thing. It's just not there. It's not quite there. But aside from that, I think it's just as fast, if not faster, to get a purposeful patch that you want. Every time I use Faceplant's ring mod for post-processing, it just doesn't sound the same as using Serum's ring mod in the FX version. Serum's ring mod? What? Serum's ring mod? What are we talking about here? Serum has a ring mod? Are you talking about distortion? Yeah, Serum has a ring mod filter. Oh, that's because... Okay, well, yeah, it's because it's a ring mod filter. It's not the same. Where am I looking here? What am I looking for? Where is this beloved ring mod filter that we're talking about? Miscellaneous. That's where, oh, right here. Okay. Yeah, this is different. This isn't the same thing. This is not that difficult to do in Faceplant. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. All right, look. New. Analog. Well, for one thing, like, it is important to know that, like, these are different algorithms. But I think that's part of the problem is that... How is that not the same? It is almost like the exact same verbatim. Multipass in the effects chain is just too dominant. That and infinite generators makes Faceplant on another level. Yeah, plus snap heat, plus the fact that you can multipass. Plus the fact that you've got pretty much infinite FM and AM. I didn't know they were different. It just doesn't sound the same as using... It sounds almost exact same to... Well, the algorithms have to be different, right? Because I think that, like, coding-wise... I think that there's this underground thing that people build these modules for coding that you can use to, like, throw a synthesizer together, and then you have to hire somebody to do a graphic user interface and stuff, and then some people just do it all from scratch. Don't quote me on that. I just read some places, probably Reddit or so, that people do that. Not all source code is unique for some synthesizers. Like, I think that they do licensing. I guess that many are different, but I know some plugins that basically use the same code. Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. So, I think it was reading about Vital on Reddit, and I think Matt was talking about how they have that different source code and stuff, and how you can license that stuff as long as the user interface is different or whatever. I think, don't quote. So, but yeah, I want to say that Kilohearts does all their own stuff, so they are going to be a little bit different. Yeah, there's license code, which is how some producers get their own custom synths and stuff. Okay, there you go. So yeah, I mean, if you've got enough money, you could just be like Kashmir and be like, I'm releasing a plugin, and it's going to be the best thing ever. But they only buy like 3 modules, and then they hire a sound designer to make it, a graphic user interface designer to make it look all pretty and stuff, and then there you go. Like, I highly doubt, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I just have this gut feeling inside that Cymatics did not do their own coding for their plugin. When it comes to simple effects like ring mod, oftentimes the code is so simple it's inevitable that you're using the exact same code. It's like doing 4 on the floors. What about for synthesizers though? Because like those usually are where you get the biggest differences, right? And that's why someone's like, oh, it sounds analog, or somebody says, oh, it sounds digital. And a lot of times I find that it's usually from the oscillators sounding super different. For example, like the unison engine that's in Faceplant sounds way different than Serum. Or hell, even Massive or Silent or anything else. There's a bunch of open source stuff that gets borrowed into these effects too. I don't know. No idea. Oscillators are generally completely different code. They're pretty powerful synths made from pure data or MSP that I know, but I don't know if there's any like a big thing. If you like Max for live devices, you should definitely, I know that's not Max MSP, but you should definitely check out Wolg's grain spec. That thing is freaking cool. If I were in Ableton, I'd be using that. I do have the standalone version, but I don't think it's compatible with Mac M1, and it's also kind of buggy in general, but it is cool. Do you think that's ever even going to happen? Like, you think... Like imagine if Bitwig like had like open source capabilities. I don't think I think I just used the wrong terminology. Sorry. We will it into existence. Not open source code, but something to where like somebody can get in there if they pay for it and then like mess around with the code and write scripts and stuff for it. What am I thinking of? I don't know. Sorry, I'm not a programmer or a coder. You guys know what I'm talking about though. They have a Mac style dev environment. Well, maybe it could be then. Because if they already have that, then but what would they do? Like offer that as an expansion or like just give it to us or what? I can't really think about how that would be a thing. Found a synth engine based on a visual engine with some mapped noise deformation going on. What was created with Max MSP. I'd pay for it. Well, I would let you pay for it, and then I'd pay you to make cool stuff. Is that like Reactor works? Yeah, it's kind of like, well, it's modular, right? But I think that Max for Live in general has more to it than just like the term modular. I can see a synth coming out like that. Because I think modular is only for synthesizing. Okay, yeah. So it's a visual programming language as well. Which means that, sorry, I'm over here talking like I know, but Datapros should be the one educating on us, but you can make games in them, they have full logic capabilities. So not only can you do like modular synthesis in that, right? Or like use it as a modular environment, but you can also create the user interface and it also has other, like you said, logicful capabilities and games and stuff. I think if I'm not mistaken, Reactor is just C++ when you get down to the core. All right, that's, yeah, I don't know. No idea. Does anybody else have any questions regarding sound design? Not to change the subject, because we can keep talking about this, but just in case if you want to hear me do something. But I'm down to chat too for a bit. Hello, that transition. I love to, but I gotta go to sleep. Okay, dude, thanks for coming in. No, like I said, we can keep talking about it. I just feel bad because I feel like a lot of people come in here sometimes and they're expecting me to do amazing things. And I get more into just chatting on stream these days than I do actual like music production stuff. Or I think what it is I'll do like 4 hours or so of music and then I'll just come in and talk to people. See you, man. Take care. Thanks for coming in. A lot of people seem to ask about the thought process behind sound design. That's very true. I got that in the Discord a lot too. And that's something that like, I think that's one of those things that people think that if they know, then it's going to like make them a magical sound designer and stuff. Do I ever add a simple drum beat when I do my sound design? Almost never, to be honest. Because like the purpose that I do my sound design for is actually to reverse engineer drums. So instead of making drums and then doing sound design, I usually make the sounds and then make a drum beat around that, around like contextualizing that. So the thing is like, in order for you to know what to do, you have to know your tools, right? Like, what are your thought processes behind going into this? Well, of course, like everybody's same thought process. I'm going to try to make the sickest sound I've ever made, right? Or like the sickest sounding, insert sound archetype. I'm going to make the coolest bass. I'm going to make the coolest shaker, make the coolest pad or whatever. But the deeper thing in order to get there is to understand what mechanics work with what and what tools do what effects do with that. And on one end, it's impossible to know it all because sound design and music production is a limitless, bottomless pit. However, learning the fundamentals, right, and learning, how distortion shapes the resonance of a filter and how you can abuse that, right, or how you can push an EQ boost into distortion as well in order to create a tonality thing. I'm learning my basic sound design from an 80s synth book. That's freaking awesome. Curious to the stuff that says, and I wonder if it's like reading foreign language because of how old it is. Because they always use all the scientific terms and stuff, right? And you have no audio context, which is nuts. And they probably also break down the formulaic, like, not algorithm, but the formulaic circuit stuff that goes into that. What was I talking about? So like learning your tools, right? And then like there needs to be this exploration process of just being like, yo, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm going to throw all these things together and see how they work. And that's honestly one of the biggest reasons why I think that randomization is one of the best tools that you can use to learn sound design, because you don't have to turn the knobs. You can see how they change over time. I think learning-wise, Ableton offers more than Bitwig. Would you say Bitwig is a beginner's DAW? Okay, wait, hold on. No. Well, I'm not really sure what you're saying by that, but I'm going to say right now that Bitwig is definitely easier than Ableton. And I'll tell you why. Because on every single device that you have that is like, let's say native, let's just call it that, right? Every single device that's native to Bitwig. Let's find one. We'll go into our instrument here. We'll go into phase 4. You click this, you go over here to show help. And every single device has this. And not only that, but it's interactive. You can adjust all these things. And they offer you online resources. And they all have descriptions. Click on this, pulls up something else. Click on this, pulls up something else. You literally have the blueprints of how all this stuff works with the specific description, knowing exactly what it is that you're doing. Add that to the ease of learning with the fact that Ableton and Bitwig are so similar in general, just with the fact of learning how to go, hey, can I do this? Where you can drag this in and it works, to where you can just drag a sound in. Or you go, oh, okay, right click, instrument track. Or you don't even have to do that. You just click the plus button. Okay, audio effect, instrument. It's so easy to navigate. I think that as far as like getting sounds into the DAW, I think that this is easier than Machine. Now, do I think that Bitwig is the best DAW ever? Well, like, of course not, because there's no such thing. But getting up and going and figuring things out, it's so easy to figure out where to go compared. And the thing about Ableton as well is that you've got your browser over here on the left. You can't pull something up right here. You can't do that unless if you have the Live Create extension. So you already have to know what you're doing in order to download that in the first place. But yeah, I mean, it's just so, to me, like, I don't get why people say that Ableton is easier. Buckshot, go lay down. But it is kind of interesting though, because the way that I learned like how to work this thing in the first place, there was an interesting progression. So like I have a very like natural progression to how I started learning. Feels more musical because of the amount of. So would you say Ableton feels more musical because of the amount of content it offers? Well, just because you have musical content doesn't mean it's going to be useful though, right? And you also have to define what you mean by musical, right? What does that mean? What does it mean to be musical? Like, what is music to you? They both have their pros and cons. Some of it is not usual. I'm going to answer your question with it depends. Depends on what your needs are. It depends on what your needs are and whether or not that content is useful to you. But they've got a huge amount of effects. They both have, like, you have Max for Live versus the Grid. They both have, decent first-party synths, although I would say that aside from the granular synth, that Ableton has better first-party synths. I like some of the effects better on both. I think the workflow is more flexible in Bitwig. I think Bitwig probably has the most flexible workflow of any DAW. And that's because of hybrid clips, that's because of bounce in place, and that's because of slice in place as well. The fact that you can have both a MIDI track and an audio track, or like audio content and MIDI content on the same track. If you have a MIDI effect, you don't have to do like route to external MIDI effect like you do on Ableton. So like if you have like Cthulhu or something, you can just throw it at the beginning of an instrument track like this, and then go, do I have this? I think I do. I hope I do. I do. Okay. So you can just slap this on right here and it works. You don't have to do anything else. Where in Ableton, you have to set up a MIDI external rack and then you have to send MIDI into the track in order to get it to work. I think Ableton has a simple way to record and bounce down audio. Bro, nope, it's not as simple. It is not as simple as Bitwig. I'll tell you that much. Check this out. All right, look. Let's say, look, instead of the whole freeze and flatten thing, you go like this, you go Command B, bounce in place. And not only that, but because you bounced in place, you actually still have phase 4 and it works. So what you've done is you've created a hybrid clip. If you want to bounce it to a new thing, I have a shortcut. You just hit J and it will bounce it to a new thing. And then if you actually turn off your effects, then it will save the CPU in the same way. So that whole freeze and flattening thing is like freaking ancient to me now. But you can process the shit out of something and then hit Command B and then process it again and then hit Command B and then process it again and then hit Command B, and it just works. Or J if you want to bounce it to a new track and then process it like that. And then you can deactivate everything, hit Option A, and then it just turns off. It turns off all of the CPU usage. Bro, if you can do Cubase, you can do anything. Mad respect for being in Cubase. You have opened my eyes. Does anybody watch my content? I've got all this information on the internet. All this info is on the internet. But yeah, so like, Bitwig is my favorite though as modular sound design. It's perfect. Yeah, I can't really compare it to Logic. I would say that like, I tried Logic out. I didn't get that deep into it, and it was a lot of versions ago. But as far as my knowledge of it goes, like I'm really behind on it. Actually, I would say I'm really behind on knowing what's going on with Reason, what's going on with Logic, what's going on with Cubase, what's going on with Pro Tools. But FL Studio, people talk to me a lot about Reaper. How do you approach recreating a specific style sound, for instance, like a thick glitch hop bass? So I don't really do that anymore, to be honest. I don't try to recreate sounds anymore. I kind of just focus on creating my own stuff. But when I did used to do that, I would try to just pinpoint the particular characteristics and the instances of what I would hear, right? So a lot of times, like, most of the time, like, bass usually has a kind of simple waveform. Not all the time, especially when you get into FM stuff, but if you can kind of like figure out some of the characteristics or whatever, or figure out what makes it move, because it's not really copying the thing that you should be trying to do, because that's next to impossible. But instead of being like, well, what characteristics do I like about this bass, and then going off and doing your own thing, I think that that will lead you down a much happier path. There's a lot of stuff in this that is centric to the Bitwig / live workflow that you just can't do in Logic. That's probably the same with every DAW though, right? I imagine there's some stuff in Logic that is really easy to do that would be normally difficult in comparison to live in Bitwig. And I know that I say that, like, you know, I know that I, like, a lot of times say that I like Bitwig more than Ableton and stuff, but for one, I've used both, and two, like, Ableton is still amazing, by all means. I'm not saying that, you know, I hate when people are like, you know, oh, this poops on the other thing or whatever, because that's just ridiculous. My favorite musicians make music mostly in Ableton still, so there's that. What can you say? But times are changing. Times are changing. Bitwig is still behind on some stuff too. Yeah, but there's just a workflow in the live Bitwig setup that just can't be reproduced. It's the reason why I moved over. There's some cool stuff about Logic, but it's not really as important. You know, it'd be nice to have more packs like live, but for Bitwig. Yeah, you mean like external stuff for sale? That's kind of like what Data and I were just talking about. If like they open that up to where people can have like some kind of environment to where they could create more devices and stuff, but the closest that you'll get is the grid. And they're not like official Bitwig stuff, right? So I get that. That makes sense. And I would say like, yeah, but you also have to realize too that Ableton has been around for how long now? Versus Bitwig. Bitwig is what? Coming on 7 years, I think. It came out, I want to say it came out in 2014. Bitwig version 1 came out in 2014. We're only on version 3. FL Studio is on version 20. Ableton is on version 11. I don't even know what Reason, and I think Logic is still in version 10. But now it's not even Logic Pro something, it's just Logic Pro X. What else do we have? Reason's on 11. What's Pro Tools on? What's Reaper on? My point is that like Bitwig Studio is the baby of DAWs. It's the newest above all of them. You know what Ableton really, or sorry, you know what Bitwig really needs? Some different colors. That's what the heck it needs. Some fucking different colors. It's so colorful otherwise. Like I love the fact that like this is super inspiring to work with. Just having like this really nice like kind of rainbowish-esque things. But the orange and the off-white timeline is just not that great. I do like the black though. We'll see if it lives up to the promise though. Don't you think it's kind of already like done so much already? Like with the modulation system and all that. Like I don't really think that Bitwig needs much else to be everything that I need to, or everything that I could, everything that I know that I would want. I would say that like the biggest features that it's missing you could probably count on your hand. Oh yeah, it's great. Those comments are meant to be in reference to each other. Maybe I promise the future is the reason I picked it. Yeah. Like if you asked me to switch to Bitwig even 2 years ago, oh shit, I guess we're coming on close to 2 years. I wouldn't have done it. I think once Bitwig came out with the sampler, then that kind of came out nicely. I think Bitwig is doing the same as Live. Live only got better on Live 8 besides the sub-license model. They got to give us the toys and pace. I mean, Bitwig is a pretty small team, aren't they? It's already amazing. I just assume it will grow even more. Yeah, I've gotcha. My friend is testing out Ableton. He's getting into limitations with his 16-core system and running 128 gigs of RAM, 12,000 or 1,200 operators, His PC is running low 50%, but Ableton is sluggish, almost not usable. To be honest, I don't think that you'd get as far as that on Bitwig. I don't think that Bitwig is quite as optimized as Ableton. But tell me, why the hell would you... Why the hell do you need to run 1,200 operators, though? Please, tell me. I need to know this. Why? Plus 128 gigs of RAM? Like, good God. To make music with signs only? Inconvenient, true additive? You make your own additive synth with nothing but operators? Freaking yikes. Just to figure out. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen on a lot of videos that like more RAM, like RAM bottlenecks once you pass like 64 gigs, just from the way that like our current DAW coding is. RME UFC plus, I don't even know what that is, dude. But I think that RAM like kind of bottlenecks in general not make any difference on performance for synthesis. Maybe not performance, but like how many plugins you can have in total though, right? Like, doesn't RAM dictate that? I have the same CPU as him, but I find Bitwig a lot smoother. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, it's just for sample calling, so like remembering where all that stuff is. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. So, yeah, if you got more RAM, then you essentially can load more samples, yeah? And then your CPU drives the VSTs. Good to know. That is good to know. There's a bit of RAM involved, like you can't have absolutely none, but like past 4 gigs, it's not doing any work for processing, just recalling. Yeah. It's interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, if you're like... It's really hard to justify telling somebody who spent years in a program that's so similar to try to come over or to try to go for one or the other. Because that's a lot of money. But if you're brand new to making music, I think that no matter what you choose, if you stick with it, what do you think MIDI grid is going to be like? I'm in Bitwig now. Cubase was a dumpster fire when it comes to CPU usage, non-stop crashing. I made a switch to Ableton. You know, I actually started with Cubase 7 after, well, I started with Machine, and then I was like, okay, I think I'm ready for a full digital audio workstation. I'm going to upgrade, and I know what the fuck I'm doing. I had no idea. I bought Cubase because someone I looked up to, his name was Fracture, used it, and he was really good at it. And then I was like, oh my God, what the hell is this? And I spent like 2 weeks trying to figure it out, and it just led to nothing but frustration, to the point that I wanted to punch a hole through my computer, which isn't healthy for anybody, my health included. And I was like, fuck that. And so I did some messing around. I got FL on Mac for a bit, the beta version. And then I tried Logic for a bit. Couldn't get that to work in the way I wanted it to. And then I found Ableton, and I was like, man, I should have done this in the first place. And I spent 6 years in that, and then Bitwig 3 just dropped with the grid. And I was like, oh, I want to see what this is about. And then that's kind of where everything happened. I don't know if the MIDI grid is coming. I assume that it will be, but it probably won't be something that I use in general. A lot of people are asking for like sequencers and stuff, and that's just not really that important to me. And like, if it is to you, like, by all means, like, great, awesome. But I just, I just was always interested in Bitwig, but when Grid was launched, there was no avoiding it. Yeah, like for me to so like before I got into Bitwig, for me to move from Ableton, so many things had to line up, and there was only like maybe one or two shortcomings that I was willing to let go in order to do that switch. And one of those shortcomings was the glue compressor. And the same dude who made the glue compressor for Ableton makes his own version of it, and it was for sale. And so, I got some money for Christmas, and I was like, this is what I'm buying. And after that, I was like, oh, okay, I'm good. There's something to be said for the general concept of both Ableton and Bitwig for both DAWs. It's like comparing iPhones and Androids. Yeah. Yes. I'm trying to think about how you would compare those two specifically, though, because they're so related. Ableton and Bitwig is like iPhone and iPad. On one of them you can call, the other one you can use the smart pen, but essentially they do most of like 99% of the same thing. Exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at, right? They're the two most similar DAWs out there. Totally agree. That's like Serum and Vital. That is almost like a direct comparison or like direct analogy in that way. Serum and Vital is to Ableton and Bitwig. Except one's cheaper. Actually, that's true for Serum and Vital as well. One is significantly cheaper. Actually, good comparison because Vital and Bitwig run on Linux as well. Are you on Linux, Data, or are you on Mac? No, I'm on Mac. I feel like Linux is going to be like how Mac was in 2010 in 5 to 10 years. Now, it's trendy to have a Mac, where back then it was like, oh, you got a Mac? You're stupid. I'd rather do sound design than build a computer. Same. I'd rather focus on making cool sounds that sound like computers as opposed to building a computer. I actually enjoy using my software. Yeah, I still want Mac to come up with more Steam games, but that's not really up to them. Well, it is up to them because they're freaking greedy, but I would like to play more games on my Mac. Any developers that make software for Linux have my respect because they really don't have to do that. Yeah, and I feel like Linux is such a small niche, right? Well, compared to the supergiant computer companies. You think Vital will grow with the industry or flop? Well, it's already done really well, right? And with the Fortnite model approach, as described as Matt, I think that it's going to do great. I think that he's already probably done. I think he already has done great, even if it doesn't last a while. I'm hoping that it's already paid off. But yeah, I'd say like let's wait until Serum 2 comes out, and then we'll have a discussion, because I don't know. Vital is killing it already as leading the charge in some changes in the industry. Yeah. It's like the first synth that actually matters, like that matters, that's free, that like everybody would use, right? Because you've got other ones like Helm and Surge and stuff, and they're cool, but they're not like the most groundbreaking synth ever. But Matt literally matched the most popular synth that people are downloading and made it free. And they also gave it one of the most important features that people want these days, which is MPE. Also, skins are coming. Yeah, so there you go. I like the chalkboard or the chalk looking kind of interface, but you know, still skins, right? Those are cool. It's not like Bitwig has those, so I really hope that. I'm not sure if I want somebody from Bitwig to be watching this stream or not, but if they are, new thumbnails? What do you mean new thumbnails? Like new thumbnails as far as like the effects section thing goes? That'd be cool. As far as YouTube video goes? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I would like to see... I think Faceplant needs two things. I think Faceplant needs a granular engine, and they need MPE. I think those are the two most requested things that people are really asking for. And the other stuff I think is coming already. You want remapping? Where would that go though? Like, because it's all under one, like it's all under one tab, right? So how would you do that? They'd have to kind of break their promise of what made it so cool in the first place, so the fact that everything was on one tab. They could do it with freezing LFOs. I mean, I guess if you want to get nitpicky, like the fully modular environment, or like the ability to add modulators on Multipass and Snap Heap and stuff, like there is that. But, or maybe a pop out on the modulator knobs. Yeah, that's fair. I wonder how hard that would be to design. Who knows? Anybody else think that we're just like incredibly spoiled with music these days and technology? We are so spoiled, and I don't care, but we are. Friggin' Boomer Skrillex and those guys are probably like, back in my day. Hell yeah, the fact that I'm asking for more features in Faceplant, I know, right? Is peak spoiled. Yeah, right. It's like prime entitlement. I wish I can configure every knob on Faceplant, unless that's what you mean. What do you mean by configure? You mean like modulate every knob? I guess there are a couple, right, that you can't touch. Right. Yeah, and the fact that you have to pull it into a macro in order to do it. I get that. Hey, what's up, Meta? Hi, chat. I remember before Serum when Absinthe was the deepest synth out there. I hate Absinthe so much. I remember people talking about that and they were like, yeah, it's got granular. I'm like, this is ass. The only thing that I ever remember Absinthe for is that cloud effect that just is so distinct, which is just a diffusion delay. But God, Absinthe is like, at that point that wasn't the workflow. There wasn't drag and drop. Oh man, tell me about it. Talk about spoiled with drag and drop. Man. The programmer of Absinthe just made a new synth that's similar. What's it called? Plasmonic. Plasmonic. I'm looking it up on my phone. A deeply expressive virtual synthesizer. Oh, it looks like it's a Kickstarter campaign. And Brian was trying to raise $8,000 to do it. It's on sale for $100. I do not think you'd like it. I think you're right. You're spoiled ass, Alckemy. You want all the things to do all the heebie-jeebie things and whatever. It's out now. It's not bad. It sounds good. Yeah, it's definitely, oh my god, it's definitely hideous, that's for sure. I mean, the color scheme is nice, but like the navigation of this, it's got 2 oscillators. It has an impulse oscillator and a noise. It's got a resonator and a multi-mode ladder filter, I'm guessing. Saturation, delay, space. Yeah, no thanks. I did on stream a while ago. It does sound good. Yeah. I'm cool. That's pretty freaking ugly. I'm so visual when it comes to sound design and all that. There's your secret. You want to be good at sound design, find a way to like visually stimulate, or like find a way to stimulate all of your senses beyond just audio. Because if you look at something and it's freaking ugly as hell, then the top of the slider and bottom control different. Top is fast adjust, bottom is fine adjust. The UI is rough. Dude, yes, as producers or recording artists, we live on recruit mode with our tech. They had it so rough back not even that long ago. I think that analog has its charm, though. I agree. I care about UI too much. I think sometimes people try to act like they are beyond UI. Yeah. Yeah, like people who use Melda. I'm just kidding. Sort of. Oh, yeah, Melda is, it's the best thing ever, and, yeah. Nah, fam. That shit's ugly. All right. Well, friends and family, if you want to continue the conversation, we can all head on over to Discord. But I think it's time that I eat some dinner, and my dogs are looking at me because I think they need to go outside. So I'm going to call it a stream. I will leave this up for probably a couple hours before I switch it to private mode. But much love, everybody. Thanks for coming in and chatting with me. It's always a fantastic time. If you're not subscribed, consider it, because we do lots of stuff like this. And I'm going to let my dogs out. Much love, everybody. Be safe. Be happy. Be healthy. Goodbye. Goodbye. # Melda.